just going to be go, Jim.
Once I know it's up and running.
Did it go? No. There it goes.
It's all just gone black again.
No, it's on now.
Mm-mm.
It's all gone black again.
Think we're good. Oh, it keeps going back and forth. 1 sec.
That's because I keep trying to look at it and trying to fix it at the same time. Okay, I'm just going to leave it sit as it is, and you tell me. And we'll edit if we need to.
Okay, I think we're good.
Yep, I see us.
Yeah. Me too. There's that audio thing again that Bryce was talking about.
Alrighty. So, hello, and welcome to Tales from the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your Dungeon Master here for Avress, the Shattered World. We are having some changes happening here. We are on a brand new Discord server, the Tumble Tankard, our own Discord server now, and our own YouTube channel, the Tumble Tankard as well. And we're still kind of working out the bugs, working out the ironing things out there because we are all kind of new to this aspect of the management of things. So give us some time to get this all straightened out here, and but we will be getting through it as we get through our teething troubles, as the saying goes. But if you are looking for places to play Dungeons and Dragons and any other TTRPGs, feel free to stop by House of Gamers. We'll have the description in the link in the description below at some point. And or if you know any of us who are playing, definitely go ahead and keep in touch with us, and we'll get you an invite to the server. But to recap again, for those of you here, the party is now in Port Oruss, having managed to get out of the Feywild and return back here. They did a little bit of shopping, checked things out there, started checking in with their contacts here in the city, finding out it's actually a couple of hours earlier than they went into the Feywild. A little timey-wiminess. But the party had a number of things to check in on here. First, they went to their ship and met their latest recruited crew member there, Manuel the Havas. He is the top man, or the master of the rigging there, and after demonstrating his skills and being a little bit flirtatious, he was hired, added to the crew. Knowing they had some things to do, they went into the city to check in with the Shadow Syndicate there, to inform them what happened to the agents that went up to the Duchess's manor house, and met up with them, reported the information of what had happened to them, and as sort of repayment, they set up a chance to meet with a quartermaster of sorts. A meeting for later that evening. In the meantime, while they're waiting for that, Eldon, heading back to the ship there, actually went on his first official date there with Audrey, the ship's mechanic. And while that was taking place, the rest of the party went to visit Sora's brother, Strega, to discuss the issues he was having with the syndicate and what could be done there. During the meeting, they had discussed this with the syndicate there and found out that there was also some issues around his activities involving smuggling and transparency into what he was doing, so that they could keep tabs on things and make sure there wasn't anything that's going to cause problems for them or the city or him and the city guard, all sorts of things like that. So ironing out with Strega, they took care of they at least got that information passed along. After that, the party met up with Eldon at the Chest and Quill, the quartermaster of sorts that the syndicate had set them up to. And there they met a Kenku named Boom, who had a very interesting way of storing and transporting goods through a magical chest. And so they actually set that up there. You received a little chest and a way to communicate with Boom and his operation. And we have our two new members on the screen here, in fact, right over here. And boom, with the magical chest right down here. Added to the crew screen. The party then decided to check in. I realize I'm not saying his name perfectly right there, but boom. So, or boom, depending on how you want to use the onomatopoeia there. The group then decided to go into the Vault of Light to check up on the coins that were stored there, and discovered, unfortunately, that the coins that were supposed to be there were missing. There was only an empty box where they were supposed to be. While very angry at this, the curator of that had no way of knowing that these things weren't there, as it may be that these coins were never actually there. It's hard to tell exactly. But with that in mind, and having heard reports of potentially animal attacks within the city, people clawed and bitten, victims throughout various parts of the city, realizing that one of the coins belonging to a Fey-enhanced werewolf, the party is deciding what to do, as they are now fairly exhausted, considering there's been a few extra hours added onto their day, and they've not had a long rest this entire time. So depleted, weary, and frustrated, as the sun has set and the full moon is rising, the party is now in Port Oruss with the predicament on their hand and what to do. So, what are you going to do? Take two.
Stare in shock at the open box sitting in front of us with nothing in it. Elon is just like open mouth, lost for words.
I'm not even that sure. I mean, if they've taken one, they're not going to just leave the other two there, are they? I mean,
yeah, but they changed the records to make it look like there was two rather than three. Why would they bother changing the records if you're going to take them all anyway?
you tell me. Like, why are these people who are holding lots of very dangerous and important magical items not actually doing a stock check and making sure the things that are there are actually there? I mean, come on.
I feel that you, Mr. Curator, I don't know if I can trust you at this time. I do not know if you are a member of the cult. Are you a member of the cult?
Oh, I thought you guys already left the building here, so you're still in Father Brapton.
Yes.
Because you're actually outside seeing the full moon rising, so you're not actually in the vault at this point. So,
Okay.
We had left
yeah,
the vault.
you gave him an earful last time. I mean,
We sure
Okay.
did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is the
Yeah.
sort of thing that we would have been saying to him, like, can we
Never.
trust him? Like,
Yeah. Never mind. Then I take that back.
No worries. I mean, it definitely was a confrontation there, and I mean, one thing, just to reiterate there, you guys had very much, you were more insightful than there. He was honestly as upset and shocked and worried as you were.
I remember that.
Because this was not supposed to be an issue. This was so the fact that records were altered is very disturbing, and the fact that the items that were supposed to be there weren't there, he was very disturbed about as well. So
yeah, then we did talk about making them do a full audit of everything in the entire vault, and getting in extra help to do that.
Correct.
which they definitely should be doing. Absolutely.
And he says we're going to be doing that. Eldon, one thing, and Lucas too, you definitely know this here. The one thing about first items is one thing you'll know from your arcane studies, your stories, everything else you've heard in the back there. They're very hard to nail down. They have some of them almost have an intelligence of their own. And in this case, they do. There are bound entities in these things that may have somewhat control over the items themselves. So locking down cursed items is very difficult. And the fact that this vault has been in place for over a century. That who knows? I mean, they do their best, but you know from any stories there that, I mean, Lucas, you are holding an item that should never have been let out of where it was,
Yeah.
and there is that too. So,
Can I just remind everybody that the Vault of Light wanted the book from Lucas? They wanted to keep it there, and Lucas was like, "No, I'm going to keep
Sure.
it with me." Thank goodness, because if the coins are going missing,
While we're walking and talking, Eldon's going to pull out his sending stone, and I want to send a message to the captain of the ship to get ready to lift off.
yeah.
Yep.
Mr. Roche we'll be ready in just a moment. Then I will be. I'll get the crew in and get us in the air. You want us to meet you somewhere specific, and you can. I'll let you send back and forth a little bit here.
Yeah. Yes. Be prepared. There may be an issue with the city itself. As to a werewolf infestation, is a possibility. Not sure at this moment. However, I am going to also be contacting a few other individuals that we have that may be able to assist. However, I am worried for a full werewolf infestation of the entire city.
And you'll see them. There'll be a long pause. Werewolves, you say, and knowing and the fact that he is a wolf shifter that you need to be aware of, and the organization he belongs to has a number of werewolves on their staff.
Yes.
It's like, oh, he's just like, and that's sort of his reaction is more like, oh, that should not be. We will make haste. We can meet you anywhere along the riverside. It might be a little tricky, but I believe our pilot can get the ship to you if you're anywhere along the river to be picked up if you need to. Keep us informed.
We are 30 minutes walking. We are briskly walking, but we're like down here, right?
You so
like
the
down here.
yeah, that's there. Yeah, so I think you can be walking along there. It's about a half an hour walk to the lift, and then another like maybe 10 minutes or so out to get out to where the ship would normally be. But again, he can meet you anywhere on the river because there's actually really open space over the river.
Right, I was just say like up here is where I would like to tell him to go ahead and meet us at the bridge crossing. Sure. Oh no, what was this building again? Oh no, that was the this one. Was this
No, the Crimson Hunchback's over here. It's kind of back this way.
What I was okay. That's what I was thinking it was
this one you're not really. It's just sort of a big, more like a what's the best thing? Almost like a caravan area, a storage area, a very large building on the corner here, just sort of like where goods are stored. Along that road there is Arcane Way and the Ivory Lyceum being right about here.
Yeah,
that building there. So, it's sort of a public storehouse of some kind there, some sort of, and also oversees the bridge right there. So, anywhere along the river, the ship could actually land in the river even and pick you up there. So, with a skilled enough pilot, they could pull that off.
We got one. We hired one. He's funny.
Yep.
He's funny. She's funny. No, she. Right? It's the Aarakocra. She's funny. Yes. So then Eldon's doing that, and then Eldon is going to turn. Would we like to also contact Mr. Nils, the syndicate? I have a feeling that our captain is in fact going to contact the hunters, and I feel that this is all hands on deck. Yes.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Yeah. One thing I will say is that I believe a couple of you might still have standing stones, but yours is used up at this point.
Mine's done.
Yeah.
So mine was contact the ship. I do know that we have 3 more, don't we?
Yep.
Or do we have 2 more?
I have one.
think two. I think two more.
I have one.
Emma. Okay, yeah. So Amethyst hasn't needed one.
Yeah,
So-
Amethyst doesn't need one.
Have
Yeah.
the spell.
I have one.
Yep.
Yeah, Amethyst has a spell, but yeah. So, yeah. So I believe you have two more among you right now. That are still active.
I'd rather
Mr.
not
Sword.
use a spell in case we need that spell in the next 20 minutes of running.
Lucas is going to send to Alindra and
Okay.
tell her that we're heading back to the ship and tell her to be careful with werewolves around.
Okay. She'll. Well, you be careful too. I don't want you getting infected by lycanthrope. Do you want me to check in with anyone? And just because you know this, she is a diviner and has a crystal ball and has cast scrying in the past. There's and is a grad student under Jeanette. So,
Well, yeah. The city knows about the werewolves, though. They know about the attacks.
you're not really sure exactly. You kind of heard rumors a bit here and there. The syndicate mentioned it. I believe Strigan mentioned it. It has happened a couple of times somewhat recently. But details about any previous attacks or anything else, you're not really sure. You haven't been able to hear any specific reports.
I'm
Good.
going to get her to tell Janan that all 3 coins are gone out the vault,
Okay.
and the werewolf attacks might be due to one of the coins that were in there.
Okay. Okay. So Linda, since you talked to her there, I'll let her know. And right, I'll check in with her right now and see if we can what we can do to get some some more information.
Does Eldon know any more about the werewolf? Because he was the werewolf in the dream thing that we had.
No,
Actually,
it was what's his face?
it was
It was
Torben.
not me. It's Torben.
Torben.
Yeah, I was the.
Eldon was
the-
Arcanoloth.
Yep.
All right, I've got them the wrong way around.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did Torben? Did we have a name for it, or is it just did he?
In the vision, you never heard a name, and it didn't really talk so much.
Didn't use any
It was
of
mostly rah rip things apart.
Yeah, pretty much. It sort of
Yeah.
did a lot of that.
It's more people talking to him to get him to do things. Might have said his name.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if I have that. Let me double check that real quick. Let me just see if that name came up. So talk amongst yourselves while I look.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to mention the
Alana's.
there's a
Oh,
twin devil as well down, whipping up a frenzy with the giant, because that's probably connected to one of the other coins too.
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, but that's not an immediate threat.
Not to us.
We've known about that for months, though.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
something that I might have to actually message Kiva.
You could definitely get a hold of Elia and pass it along.
Yeah.
As far as you remember, that no one actually said the werewolf's name.
I don't think any of them used any names.
I don't. I mean, outside of Elia, I don't think not Elia. Alindra. Nope, that's not the right name either.
Lucia.
Lucia.
That's the name. There we go.
Yeah, but even that, like, no one called me Lucia while I was Lucia. Nobody used that name.
Right.
We
Yeah,
knew her name because we knew her, but
Yeah, in the vision, you just sort of all were yourselves, sort of, in odd bodies. So you
Right.
weren't really speaking to each other as the people in the vision.
While we are moving towards the bridge to be picked up at, Eldon is like securing all these things, and then full-blown senses open, like investigating every single corner we're walking past.
Sure.
Roofs, like
Give me an investigation check to see what you see out there.
guidance. Oh God.
I would say one thing investigation you will notice, kind of as you're walking along the river, there's two things that just stand out to you. Fewer people on the street, more guard presence. You know there's a guard station right around here, and there are guards, kind of like pairs of guards, like at least in pairs, patrolling and kind of walking up and down there. You will see some approaching you along the main street here, and you'll spot a couple that have like some sort of lanterns or light sources down this way here, and so kind of as you're passing this corner right around here, you're seeing a pair of guards ahead of you who are approaching your way, and a pair of guards down there that have lights and are sort of like keeping tabs on things down that direction there, where you know the station is. So yeah, there's something just that stands out to you right away, is that there's definitely fewer people, fewer pedestrians, and more guards.
It's kind of going around the city. There's something out attacking people at night. Right?
Maybe.
I'll go ahead and pull out my new little bigger, shinier orb and light that thing up too. So, orb of revealing.
Okay.
So we're a big old bright light right now.
Yep. So the guards they're approaching you and just kind of like give you a nod and look you over. I mean, you don't fit any descriptions, and you're not running around big furry beasts. So the four of you, I mean, there's a small furry, I wouldn't say beast, among you, but nothing wolf-like. But they sort of like look you over, like okay,
yeah,
and pass on by because adventurers.
Do we want to tell them, or they are already on watch? Yes.
Looks like they already know.
I mean, you don't see anything. I mean, give me perception checks then as you're passing by.
Let's go. Great.
And what you might notice.
Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely on alert. I mean, they're definitely watching. They're definitely keeping an eye on things like that. They give you a good once over, but don't seem to be alarmed by your presence. But they are sort of like, I mean, it is obvious that you're seeing them kind of looking down any alleyways, looking out on the street there, not paying much attention to the river direction there, but they're sort of like definitely like watching, looking up at the rooftops as you pass by them. Once they sort of like look at you and just nod and keep going about their business. With that, I'd say, Lucas, having rolled the highest there, you will spot that you would kind of like note, seeing these guards past you, it registers that there are also guards posted on both bridges with kind of light sources there, sort of like just watching the bridges themselves. And so you see a couple up ahead there, and they kind of glance over your shoulder there and see there's kind of a light source, and at least a pair of guards, maybe more. It's hard to say on the bridge, on third bridge and second bridge. So you're definitely noticing that as well. Or second bridge, and a large. Sort of each bridge has their large storehouses there, where, and you know that both bridges also have sort of a loading and unloading area for goods, kind of along either side of the bridge there. There's no real activity. There's nothing being loaded and unloaded at this point. The the large storage building here is fairly dark, shut down. You don't see anything going on there specifically. I mean, there's some lights in the windows, but I mean, there's no activity happening now that the sun's gone down at this point. Which you're having walked up and down the street at night before is definitely different. Like they were working at night. There was people loading boxes.
24/7.
Yeah, there was something going on there. So there's definitely something different going on. So, anything else you want to do? Anyone else you want to talk to, reach out to?
I mean, I'm all spent on the things I can reach out with. Allah knows.
Yeah, I think we should just go back to the ship and get some sleep. I don't really think there's much we can do tonight.
Okay.
Look, if we're going to take this thing on, we need to be at our best. We don't need to be like mostly drained of all of our resources and tired and everything else that goes with it.
Okay.
We literally just got back from the Feywild. We've obviously been there a longer time than the time that's passed. So it's way past bedtime for us, even though it's not bedtime yet
Yeah.
for normal people.
Speaking of, should we run con saves? Or
Not
it's
yet.
almost there? Okay.
Not yet. So you'll pass up around the bend here, and somewhere right about this point, you'll actually see an airship that you kind of look. Like I said, there you don't normally see it from the bottom, but they see an airship sort of moving into position, kind of over top of First Bridge, and just sort of moving, kind of coming down lower. You do know that actually right over here, kind of near Second Bridge, is where the airship spire is. It's about a 10-story structure with various like landing platforms, and there's usually various airships that will land there, mostly passenger type things. Any like passenger airships there will land on the spire, dock with it, and unload people, and then pull off there. You'll see that they anyone that are delivering goods will either land in the water near the bridges where things can be unloaded, or down at the dock areas below. So you kind of get an idea of where things go there. But this ship seems to be coming in down over past First Bridge, and as you are approaching right around here or so, you see it kind of heading down toward the water. You definitely recognize the shape of the sails and everything else at that point. Give me one perception check as you're all sort of moving in there.
Just like one person or all together?
All of you, it's fine. Just see who spots what.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. You're sort of, and you're focused on the ship there. You definitely see it up there.
I rolled a nat 20.
Excellent. Okay.
Nice.
Ooh, there's a noise coming through too.
Sorry,
all right.
that's my phone because I rolled a nat 20. I got a dragon that came across.
Oh.
Fun times. Okay.
A dragon came across and ate my die. I'm sorry.
Okay. Neat. I'll need to see what that program is later. So, Lucas, Amethyst, and Sora then. As you see the approach there, you're going to see a dark, hunched figure, sort of moving between the buildings over here, off to the right. As the ship is coming down, it's just sort of, again, it's just sort of like you see something moving, large and dark. I mean, nothing beyond that initially, but that's what you see over. It's kind of like I said, moving between the buildings that are over here.
I want to stealth.
You want to move out that way, stealthy? Yeah.
I'm a bright shining thing, 30 feet in diameter.
Yeah. You certainly are.
Yeah.
Sorry, you want to move off that direction?
I do, but like
Roll me a stealth check.
I got a 6.
Do we have time to get a spell off?
Sure, you can get a spell off. I mean, you see it. You want to cast something, Sora. You started moving out the direction there. Go ahead and so let me. Would you roll for stealth?
I rolled a 6.
Okay, so you all see Sora sort of like go crashing off the road. Not as loud and clunky as she was before, because her armor is uh, much more stealthy like now.
Fitted. Much more fitted
Yes.
now.
So you move off off the road there, sort of like, I mean, you all see Sora head off that direction. Lucas, what were you going to cast?
I cast Fairy Fire.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Let me go ahead and roll a check on that to see what happens there. You will see just this lit up figure. It sort of like pauses as you see this like glowingly kind of purplish, whatever color your fairy fire normally is.
What color is it?
What color is your fairy fire?
Yeah, I never thought. It's a bluey color.
Okay. Bluish color. All right, so kind of this blue ringed, like blue outlined figure, sort of looks up, and it's beyond the light of your lantern there. It's about 40, 50 feet away, which will be the 60-foot range on fairy fire. Yeah. So, it sort of looks up, and you see this like almost deer in the headlights of dark, dark fur, wolf-like head, and sort of, and then bounds away, just takes off running.
Oh, shoot.
All right,
At least
Eldon,
that's
listen.
coming now.
I try to be all sneaky like and get up in there, but I think what we're gonna have to do is just go beat it up with a hammer. I got thing 1 and thing 2, and I'm working on the names, and we should go and beat it up.
Well, one of them's named Cloud Strike, you know.
I know. I do know.
I think Cloud's
do.
maybe a little bit, it's not intelligent, but it might be a little bit upset being called Thing too. I mean,
No. Cloud Strike would be thing 1.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you see that it's sort of like just kind of takes off in there. You kind of see the faint glow as it moves off the road there. About that time, the ship is coming in low, and what would you like to do? You did not see any sign of it attacking anything. You did not see any sign of it doing anything other than kind of moving and then got lit up and then ran.
Are we going after it or not?
It ran away from us, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, did not come running toward you. No.
As much as I would love to go after it and just pound it into the ground like those snakes I did earlier, I think that would not be a wise decision. I think we need to go to bed.
Okay.
But that's just me. Like, I am 1/4 of this party.
So
We're not going to be used to anybody if we're all dead. So I
Right.
am inclined to agree.
okay.
As much as my instincts say chase it and kill it.
Mm-hmm.
With the natural 20, and the 20 pluses on Lucas and Amethyst there, one thing you would have spotted about this, especially when it lit up there, no signs of like clothing or armor on the upper body at all. No even like tatters or anything else like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the signs of sort of like trousers of some kind, maybe plain homespun looking clothing, like pants of some kind. Obviously, very wolf-like feet, so there's no shoes on them. But you sort of like see what look to be like plain woolen-looking trousers that are tattered and obviously ripped a bit as it ran off.
No, we definitely know that it is a werewolf. Thank you, Jim. The the problem is I don't know that we have the ability to go after it.
Okay.
Do you take off running after it?
No.
Oh, okay.
We decided. Go ahead, Lucas. Sorry.
It's a possibility. It's just a a turned ordinary person, and it's not the main werewolf.
Mm-hmm. That too.
Are we just letting it go?
Okay.
I mean, do you want to chase
What-
after it with no spells?
I mean, I don't want to, but I don't know.
I
I
think
don't know.
that
Eldon does not know. Eldon literally does not know.
Eldon,
I'm the same. Like everything inside me wants to chase it down and get it, but then my brain is saying if you do that, there's a chance that we could wipe, and then we're no use to anybody. So
So, Sora is telling you all it's time to go to bed. We need to
Okay.
get rest.
Yes.
There's no sense in us not having powers to do what we need to do.
Okay.
How am I the
There
logic
are-
one in this?
As you guys discuss this, as you guys decide, you head out that direction there, the ship lands in the water at the edge there, and you're able to go on board.
That's the last
there
time
will
we see
be-
that werewolf.
There will be obviously when you get on board there, the captain, obviously Ale, the pilot, and the first mate are all up on deck there. Amir are all up on deck, sort of ready. You do hear a calling out from above of Manuel, who's actually holding on to the riggings right now, sort of like looking, and from the very front of the ship there, as you all get on board there, you'll see eyes and ears and sort of like kind of holding on to the front of the front bow, the front where the main the very front part of the ship is, and it's like well, come on the board, the captain says, and let me just see. Let me see if okay, and one more. Okay. But the only way that says anything is like, what was that glowing thing heading off in that direction over there? And he's like kind of like pointing off in the direction there as Manuel like up on the rigging, sort of like kind of doing this thing up on top there.
Well, that would be a werewolf. Yes.
Oh, okay then. So, well, good, right. He just sort of like holds on.
It'll
You
be
can kind of like almost hear the shrug in his voice. All right then. The captain's and we are just letting. Oh, okay then. Well, what are your orders then? Where are we going? What are we doing?
Just straight up. We're going to have to get some rest, and then tomorrow night we'll start the hunt.
Okay, and as you wish. And he gives the orders, and Ale's like, "Aye, Captain. Let's head on it. Let's head in the air." And you see the ship is like this is like a pretty fairly like quick ascent, straight up off the water there, and then do we have a berth we want to go to, or want to head back where we were before for now, or is there anything else you want to do? We could probably get a spot in the docks to the south, or head back up to the shipyards. I believe we can still go back there. Which would you prefer?
Could we possibly just circle the city this evening?
I don't see why not. Sure.
Yes, I would rather not land in the city, as there are werewolves, most assuredly, in the city, and not the good ones.
Okay. He just sort of like he seems confused, but nods, and you guys can head on down to lower decks and sleep if you wish.
Seeing him, would I notice a look of confusion on his?
Probably not. You don't. You are tired and you have no insight. So
Right.
I would think Amethyst and Lucas would pick up on it a little bit there. Just sort of like just a bit of confusion, bit of hesitation, but Brogdon, like you're in charge. So
We did not explain the full situation and full gravity of our situation. I will explain it in the morning. Yes.
he's just his words there. Um, we'll have to message in. I mean, just flying around the city is very suspicious, and you just can't do that really. So, right. I'll,
We could just head to the north of the city and fly around outside the city walls. We don't have to be above the city, do we?
No.
all right then. It's just any sort of non like official ship flying in circles around the city arises suspicion. So, sure. We'll head north and then do our circular area over there. So, yeah, you guys can go ahead and the night will pass. You'll get your long rest.
I literally pass out on the workbench, like repairing a thing really quickly, and then falling asleep in the middle of repairing it and not finishing repairing it.
Sure.
Bedtime prayers and then bed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you do your things, do your sleep there. Lucas, I would say you, before you actually fall asleep, you will get a message from Melindra.
Yeah.
I've put a number of requests out for information. Let Janan know the situation, and we'll see what information turns up. Are you safe?
Yeah, we're fine. We're on the ship.
Oh, okay then. I'll find out. Let you know what information turns up in the morning, and rest well. And we'll see you soon then.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So, you guys will. Anything else you want to do before sleeping, or anything else? Eldon already did the thing because he had your information.
Ooh, I might grab something out of the galley to eat for dinner.
Sure.
Because we haven't had dinner yet.
You would have had you did get time for a short rest at one point, so yes, you would have gotten some chance to eat before you went and
That was
met with
onesies.
everyone.
That was onesies.
It was more like a late lunch, yes.
Mm-hmm.
that felt like a dinner because of how many hours you'd been
Mm-hmm.
in the Feywild and
Mm-hmm.
whatever else happened there. So, yeah, you're able to get your rest in, and in the morning, however, whatever time that is for you, the various of you, you are on the deck of the ship there.
5:30 in the
Not
morning, the alarm will go
5:30.
off.
Thank you, Eldon.
No, thank
The alarm. The alarm goes off promptly at 5:30.
Bump him at one point.
Okay. So, and with this, since you messaged me there, Elliot's like, there really isn't a herbal remedy for it. It's more of a magical thing for the most part.
Ooh.
So,
I know,
don't.
right?
I mean, it's not a real common thing. So, I mean, maybe the Crimson Hunt might know more because some of them are werewolves. So, oh, and Eva she's still, well, not here, but still in town. She's out running around. I'm not sure. She tends to come and go at odd hours, so it's all fine.
Mm-hmm. I can always do a send in to keep her if she's not with Elliot.
Not at the moment. When you get there, so.
Okay.
So you, what any specific you want to talk to her about, or just check in with her?
Well, about the coins going missing, and specifically about the chain devil, potentially being one of the coins, and just obviously seeing if she's got any information or if she can find anything out, because I know that she's been down there a lot and stuff. So,
I mean, there's a definite problem with someone wielding chains and such, riling up the hill giant folk and the ogres and such there. So I don't know exactly what that's all about, but I mean, if you say it's some sort of possessed chain devil thing that's doing something, I mean, it might make sense.
thing in Wraith's coin. It's another one of those, probably.
Well, great. That's just fun. Well,
Yeah. Hmm.
I mean, from what you said, that we're all the way we are because of another one of those things. So great.
Yeah. Weird.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we're thousands of miles from last place I heard the Chain Devil was in the works of things. So maybe it's still down there. Hopefully.
Hmm.
All right. Yeah, maybe I can check in with someone in the military, see what they've heard there. I can message some people down there and see what kind of information they've got.
Okay. And hopefully we'll
Right.
take care of this werewolf situation first.
You got a werewolf situation. Great. You guys don't mess around, do you?
No. Again,
Okay.
one of the coins. So
What's she talking about? No, I'm not there. Mm-mm.
How much do we know about werewolves?
Give me either arcane or a nature check.
Can I join in this? Or
I mean, Lucas is sort of
sorry, I rolled.
bad roll there.
Yeah, rolled a 2.
Yep. Yeah, you can hold on. I mean, think of it in the morning there. It's fine.
there we go. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Lucas, I mean, what you know is, I mean, like lycanthropy, werewolves. I mean, the general things. I would say even with a 12, you would know about their issue with silver, being a thing that's fairly common knowledge about were creatures in general. Change shape, they're animal-like. So silver is a thing for them. Amethyst. You know, there's a lot of different types of were creatures, like lycanthrope, not just wolves. There's bears, there's boars. You know that there are some were type creatures that live out in the plains where you're from. There, some were beasts of more exotic type. Eldon, wolfsbane is sort of like it's kind of like poison ivy to them, and wolfsbane is definitely worked into any sort of like poison used against them. And so it's not really a cure; it's more like a way to harm them.
Right.
So if you wanted to really mess somebody up who was a lycanthrope, there, wolfsbane would be a definite thing to use against them, of any kind. There, Eldon, yeah, you would know that much there. You are aware that the bite of a werewolf can inflict the curse of lycanthropy, and it is a curse, not a venom or a poison. I would say theoretically, then, with the idea of what a Fey enhanced werewolf, whatever that would mean. I mean, creatures of the Fey tend to be more monstrous. Creatures of the Fey tend to be um, uh, more powerful in various ways. So this might have stronger, larger, faster, whatever.
Stronger, faster.
It may still inflict lycanthropy. You're not sure if it does or not, because obviously you have no way of knowing there. You assume it probably would, but likely would have more control over itself than someone who was. So you would know that typically werewolves in general tend to be very evil, hungry hunters. The nature of the hunger that they get inflicted with there tends to make them evil. Who knows? They could just be who they are. However, you do know, having met the Crimson Hunt, that may not always be the case.
And there are ways of conquering that and then using it, i.e., the blood hunters.
Yes, the Lycan blood hunters.
Yeah.
So they have a way to sort of tame it or control it based on this.
We probably need to talk to the captain about that as well, don't we?
Yes. Eldon is going to be knocking on everyone's door at 6 o'clock.
God.
Hey, I gave everyone 30 minutes. And
okay. So you get pounding on the door there. I mean, granted, you were back on the ship by like 8:30, 9 o'clock. I mean, not like you were like going to bed at like you were going to bed at 2 in the morning. No.
So, knock, 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 knock. I believe that we need to speak with the Crimson Hunt first thing this morning, as in right now.
Now?
Yes. I'm sitting outside of the store's door first, obviously.
The captain's a member of the Crimson Hunt, isn't he?
He was.
Yeah. So that's why I'm thinking we can talk to him.
So,
Captain, you will find the captain. Will actually, as you are stirring and moving about there, the captain will be back up on decks. You don't see any sign of the first mate at the moment, but the captain's up on the deck there. He's actually at this point actually piloting the ship itself. Actually, is keeping the ship on course and doing all that. The AL seems to be not on the deck at this point, so he is there. Eyes and ears are somewhat nearby. Everyone else seems to be either downstairs doing something. You'll pass Manuel getting some breakfast and some sort of something else in the galley. So who's up on deck? Is it just Eldon? Everyone up there by this point?
Has he woken us all up? Has he knocked us all up?
oh yeah,
You
yeah,
knock on everyone's door there, so-
everyone's door.
Yeah,
at
we'll
You
get
tell
us.
me. You tell me your reaction. Are you going to actually listen and get up and go talk, or are you just going to roll over and
Well,
say
if we
screw
were-
you?
If we went to bed early, we might as well get up.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the fact is, you were all, I assume, tired enough to go to bed since you had a long day.
I just thought we know what the werewolf looks like. We all saw him in the dream.
You did.
Yes,
And you realized that the werewolf you saw that lit up last night did not look like that one. It was much smaller. It didn't have the giant claws. The one in the dream had massive claws and was very large.
ripped. Yeah, I think ripped.
Mhm.
Yes. So while we're sitting down sometime today, I'm going to recreate, using my magical tinkering thingy, the image of that, and also the image of the one we saw last night.
We're getting an echo there.
Yeah, there's a.
Yeah, the microphone's turned on.
For the other.
Up stuff.
I turned the music off for the moment just in case.
I fixed it.
Okay. Alrighty. So, you are back up. So assume all four of you are up there talking to the captain. So he's just sort of slowly guiding the ship around there. He's not doing any maneuvering or anything else. That just sort of like slowly. And I would say he's probably like up over the farmland to the northwest. Just sort of like slowly coasting around there. Should we head someplace specific or just keep circling above here? What would you like? We are going to need to put down at some point now because although we our range is significantly increased, we're going to need to put down and recharge at some point here over the course of the day.
Yes.
Now that we've had a rest, we can go back to Port Oruss, can't we?
Yes. Parking to the docks to the far north. Yes.
What at the shipyards?
Yes.
We can do that. All right. And so he'll start heading that direction there. We have werewolf, and at that you'll see.
Let's see then. I think I spotted at least 2 of them as we were leaving. One was glowing, and there was another one.
As Eyes and Ears is just sort of like standing off to the side there.
I'll be right back, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Were they both the same, similar size? Similar?
What I could see, it was difficult because I was seeing them from quite a ways up, and so I could not get a very close view. One was the glowing one that was nearby when we left. I believe it may have been you that cast that there, Lucas. But then another one was moving across along the river to the it kind of says uh, let's see, down here from the keep near the river. I saw one there, I believe. Um, it, it I could not make out very many close details of it, but it was definitely large, furred, hunched over in a very similar fashion to the other ones. So I believe, looking at two, as far as that I could spot, it could not have been the same one because it could not have been in two places at once, and that one wasn't glowing.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's been seen a lot around the river because they have a lot of guards over the bridges and stuff, don't they?
And I mean, I don't know how well those creatures swim, so if they wanted to move from one part of the city to another, the bridges are the only way to do that. So it sort of keeps them contained, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
Hampers their mobility. But that means that there's one on either side of the river at this point. Captains, if you're seeing these creatures, and he kind of glances up at the sky there, affected by the moon there, I can be quite assured that they are not part of the hunt. Those that have that sort of capability are not going to be the ones that do be affected by the moon. And if they are, they would be contained.
Is there anything that you can tell us about fighting these things?
I mean, they're strong and fast. They're, I mean, depending on how well they have control over their transformations, they might be normal people and use weapons and such, and then change into a wolf or hybrid form, depending. Descriptions that you're mentioning here sound like the hybrid forms, the half man, half wolf type things. They could change into full wolves, depending on how well they've become accustomed to their transformations.
A couple of minutes into this conversation, Eldon's going to set down a little holographic generator thingy, and boop, is the original one that we saw in the vision.
That is... He's like, that's not a werewolf. I mean, it is, but that's not something you would see. Like, because, like, the werewolf, you had like large, almost like metallic-looking claws, practically, and it was massive, and just the scale of it was just completely out of proportion from... You see him just sort of like, that is not a... that would not be a usual werewolf. That is a monster. I don't even know what that would be. The jawline is too pronounced. The musculature is too large. I mean, werewolves tend to be, bulky, but not like that. That is horrifying.
So this, I believe, is what we are dealing with. And then I'm going to do the second one.
Eyes and ears are like, no, none of the ones I saw looked like that. They were not that large or that proportioned like that.
Yes, so this, and then I'll set down the second one. Boop.
It's obviously turned some people though, isn't it? So we haven't seen the original one yet, but these are the people that have been turned.
That may be. I mean, it is possible. Our kind don't infect. I mean, he actually points to himself. Our kind don't infect people. We are not lycanthropes. The order that have some sort of transformation amongst the Crimson Hunt don't infect by choice. They won't use their bite. So I don't. It is possible if that thing that you pointed at is infecting others. If it doesn't kill them and bites them, they will likely turn. I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah. Um, there's always a chance of those who are more recently turned have less control, and they would likely just kill and eat their prey. Or, I mean, so there's often in these early stages, there won't be new werewolves being created because they cannot control themselves to stop.
How long does it take for new werewolves to gain control, possibly? Although, let's keep in mind that, well, we don't know what the curse is with this thing.
It depends on the person. I mean, some. It depends on the person. If they choose to accept it, it could happen immediately. The curse, as it would be in this case, I would think, would take root immediately if they accept this as something they want. It would the change could come over them quickly. If not, the next full moon would potentially force the transformation upon them, and they would fight to retain their mental faculties. And if they could not, they would turn into a monster. It really depends on the individual attack. Yes, I mean, I don't have experience with uncontrolled lycanthropes. It is not a thing amongst my people.
Yeah, we know. If we thought that you were, you wouldn't be on the ship.
Well, I'm not a lycanthrope, so.
I know.
So, today, first we have to sell the daggers for 13,000 gold. And then, the Crimson Hunt, yes. What else do you think?
He sort of like looks at you like blinking at the fact that you just announced the 13,000 gold is coming your way, just like, oh, okay then. Well, that is good. Considering like
Yes.
the entire Crimson Hunt was hired for about 3,000 gold to do a job.
Talk about
Poor him.
perhaps
I mean, like, he's like
finances with the crew in the future.
right. So
For a start, they might start demanding more pay.
he sort of like kind of does you almost see him do sort of that mental shrug of like adventurers.
Adventurers.
I mean, obviously it's not
Yeah, walk into town, ruin the economy.
exactly
Mm-hmm.
8 gold for an apple. 8 gold for an apple. Oh, that's a bargain. 10 gold
Yeah.
everywhere else.
10 gold everywhere else.
Welcome to inflation, everyone. Welcome to inflation.
So, yeah.
Do we want to consider getting rid of Sispinel out of this coin before we try and take on potentially another coin?
I think that would be wise. However, I am interested in possibly speaking with Druid Grove and maybe getting their assistance, as we will be sending this thing back to its plane. And nature and magic is weird.
What worries me is if we bring out this panel and this Fey-enhanced werewolf decides to, come and help it and join in. We should probably get rid of them.
If we do it during the day, there's less chance of it being around. If we do it out in the open, not in the Druid Grove, I'd suggest, because it's a nature creature.
Yeah.
Yes. But I was thinking of enlisting maybe a nature magic user to assist us. I do not think we know any other than
Not
Ellie.
here.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got
You
a
know,
direct line to Elia. She can talk us through it via my brain.
I mean, theoretically, just thinking it over, Lucas, and you've done this twice before now. It should be the same process. It shouldn't matter. I mean, you don't think it's going to be any different just because the coins were all created in the same way?
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. So, I mean, theoretically, it's the same process as you've gone through twice before. It's still an extraplanar creature that would be released, that they'd be banished.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
leave it up to you. I mean, we'll tap into your spells today.
That's what I'm worried about.
Because you do know it takes at least 2 dispel magics and a banishment.
None of which Sora can help with.
What does
Yeah,
everyone
well-
think?
Because all 3 require checks, yeah.
I think that we should keep Spinel in the coin.
In the bag.
In the bag. In the coin in the bag. And then worry about the thing we can fix right now that is causing more trouble than that coin sitting in a bag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the thing we can fix right now is the coin, because we've done it twice before and we know what to do.
Right, but the coin isn't causing trouble right now, is it?
Plus, we don't actually know anything about this panel. We really should do some research first and try to find out what sort of creature it is. What?
Yes, because the first time we did it, I don't believe counts as that creature wanted to leave.
Lucia wanted to go back, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The second time, we knew its fatal flaw, which was, in fact, sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
So
They'll force it at night time, though.
yes.
But we learnt from that, and then we brought it out of the coin during the daytime. So
Right. At the height of the day, we do not know Cispinel's fatal flaw. Yes.
no.
So
But
How
what
about-
worries me is you're talking about doing it in some sort of outdoor area, but maybe it would be enhanced by being around trees and plants and stuff. If it's a plant-based vegan creature, then it's going to be probably using the...
Oh, just
Yes.
an open area so we could see anything coming from a great distance. Certainly not in a forest or anything.
Yeah, definitely not in a forest.
I think that we need more research.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, we struggled enough with that tree and the pumpkin face thing. So if it's something along those lines, but a lot more powerful, we're going to be... And then it's going to be, we'll need to sleep again before we can take the werewolf on.
Mhm.
So that's another day we're leaving werewolves going rampant around the city and potentially turning more people, murdering more people. So as much as I'd like to say do Suspinal now, I think this werewolf situation is what we need to be concentrating on at the moment. What are your thoughts about why is it you want to do Suspinal right now?
Well, get rid of another coin.
I understand that, but right now we've got a werewolf running rampant around the city, turning people into werewolves.
We haven't. It's daytime, so we haven't got werewolves until at least evening.
What, and then have another long rest before bedtime? Doesn't work like that, though, does it?
We're only using 3 spells.
Okay.
Well, then let's go do the coin. Get it over and done with, and we won't have to worry about it afterwards. No.
I don't think the coin's that
But-
much of an issue right now, is it?
I do not believe it is. Also, what is this thing's weakness?
We don't know. We don't even know what it is. We don't know what type of creature it is.
We don't need to know its weakness if you're just banishing it.
Well, I
We
think
didn't. I mean, we knew that the shadow weakness was daylight, but we banished it. We didn't really use its weakness in the end.
It did have disadvantage on its saves.
at
against,
disadvantage on all of its saves.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
And you say that
So-
it's only 3 spells, but if we fail any of those spells, it's another spell. And if we fail that, it's another spell.
Right.
And if this is a really high level, strong creature, we're
Thing.
going to fail a few times before we succeed.
And if it's locked away inside the coin, inside the bag, I think it's okay right now. Getting money, then going and buying the Crimson Hunt to hunt down werewolves, if they aren't already doing it, I think is what we need to do this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the plan then? Captain's ready to take you wherever you need to go. If you wanted to put down up at the airship yard docks, you can do that. And you guys have a day to do whatever you want.
Why don't we say we'll do as much investigation as we can about the werewolf situation, and then at the end of before the end of the day, if we've still got resources and stuff, we'll do the Cispodal thing. But right now, I don't think that should be the priority this morning. And if we were going to do that, we could have done that last night before we went to sleep.
Well, no, because I actually didn't have banishment last night.
Yeah,
That's
we didn't
true,
do spells
yeah.
with it.
Or
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
And by banishment, I mean I didn't have access to my Mizium generator
Yeah.
because I didn't have the spell slot. So,
Okay. So the captain's willing to go ahead and put down the docks up here. He said drop you off down somewhere down in the city if you want to do that first, and then he can go up there and dock. If you want to do that instead, save yourself some time.
yeah, we can go to the Sky Towers because Homegirl's shop is near the Skyport, right?
Jim, how big is the city? Like from
So yeah. So go ahead.
south to north, I think the southern.
South north is about 4 miles, 3 to 4 miles or so. Wide is about 2.5 to 3 miles or so wide. It's a little bit longer than it is wide, and it's roughly about on the order of about 100,000 people. So it's a fairly decent sized place. It is kind of contained in this canyon. So as before, the building sort of rose up as opposed to out because they kind of filled in the space they had. And so there's a lot of, I mean, your average building is like 4 or 5 stories tall. There's certain neighborhood, like kind of this neighborhood down here is all kind of 1 and 2 story buildings. And then sort of the they call it the high quarter over this side here has to be somewhat lower, somewhat shorter, like larger buildings. But yeah, the whole so they call it the kind of the arcane quarter and the merchants quarter essentially. Those tend to be much larger buildings. Remember the Copperhead Inn is 9 stories tall. The Ivy Lyceum is 16, being the largest height building in the city itself.
While working on the 60 floors and blocks I had to clear.
Yeah, nothing quite that big yet. But yeah, 9-story buildings are not uncommon in a lot of these areas over here. So, um, so yeah, so kind of like moving along the river. The river is actually fairly easy to navigate because you basically have that really wide. At its widest point, the river is probably about like 50 yards wide, like maybe even wider. Um, So it's a pretty wide stretch, and there are no buildings really over top of the river, so it's very easy to navigate in an airship there. Part of the reason why the Sky Tower over here is that it's a little bit sunken down, and it's easy for ships to kind of move in. It's almost a sort of like the lower sections. It's all kind of crescent shaped there, and then there's the higher sections there that are a bit above the hillside. It's up over here. You can kind of move in on all angles there. It's about 10 stories tall there. But yeah, captain's willing to, if you want, kind of put down either before or after first bridge, and then drop you off down there and head back up. So
Yep, on to the Magic Menagerie.
okay. So you head to the menagerie. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, as we were travelling there, I will. Lucas will hand out an inspiring speech to everyone.
Sure. Yeah.
Ooh.
And did that last?
Now?
How long?
I believe it.
It's 17 temporary hit points. It
Nice.
basically lasts until you next short rest.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. All right. So you actually stop for a short rest. You'll have 17 temporary hit points. Yeah, the ship will kind of put in kind of very similar to where they picked you up, right around just past First Bridge. Put you down there, and you're able to, after you disembark, they take off there. Anything else you want to grab off the ship on the way out?
I just want to say bye to Audrey
Sure.
and wish her safety. And yes,
You can kind of smile and just kind of, you be careful. I don't want you getting all, and it's like, I heard what you're talking about here. I don't want you coming back all furry.
yes, it would not be good. Yes.
Good.
I'll mention to eyes and ears, like if you see anything coming this way, just give the captain a heads up and perhaps, get it up in the air for a bit. Try and avoid being boarded.
That's the advantage for being up at the airship yard. I think will be a much better place than being in the city itself at this point.
Yeah.
I did not see anything roaming around the areas we were flying over last night, so I feel it is somewhat safe where we were parked. So we will be in touch.
Do you ever sleep, by the way?
You haven't seen him sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a sorcerer that doesn't require sleep, or warlock that does not require sleep?
I mean, you haven't checked there, so you don't know.
Haven't
I'm
asked.
asking him.
Oh.
Do you ever sleep?
He actually holds up a little ring. And says, I don't need to, really. The ring of sustenance.
Okay. All
I
right.
don't need to. I do occasionally just for rest. I probably will when we dock over here. But I do not need to. It is hard to be a good lookout if you have to sleep for 8 hours a day.
Indeed. Well, we appreciate you doing that, but it's nice to have a rest sometimes, I think.
I appreciate the work, and I know I was able to. I checked in with Linstra, and she speaks highly of you.
Nice. That's nice to hear.
It is a requirement of my position.
Mm-hmm. This crew's got more magic items than we've got,
Not even close.
Not even close.
No.
Are you kidding
Fairly
me?
me?
minor. A ring of jumping, a ring of sustenance. They're fairly minor items for the most part there.
Yeah.
I have like in my bag of holding.
The captain has like a +1 axe on his hip. It's about it. I mean,
I'm
I
holding
plan
on
on-
to 3 items I can't even attune to, but hey.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say I plan on decking everyone on this ship out.
yeah. As far as you know, yeah. Typically, and ale, you're not sure. I mean, um, you think ale might have some sort of enhanced something to do with the reflexes or eyesight or something, but it's hard to tell exactly there yet. But anyway, you're able to put off in the river there, head into there. Alindra is very happy to see you. And though one sec here. Okay.
Oh,
Only because I know what I mean, but I just wanted to say.
mhm.
So, yeah. So you, yes, um, not quite that big.
That is so ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. It's still a tabby cat. It's a big tabby cat. And you still like,
I know.
yeah. So, now with the right sort of like growing and shrinking type things, you can pull it off that way.
Nice,
So-
large spell.
Yes, and a shrink spell for him. That would do the trick. So you're able to head into the Mystic Menagerie. Alindra is very happy to see you. Hi. And she looks tired. You can see that she probably hasn't slept much. And so good to see you all. Oh right. The daggers, yes. I can yes, I can take care of that. I did say that today, right? Of course.
You all right?
Yeah, there's concern. I so I checked in with a couple different people and with Janan, and there's definitely a problem in this city right now. I think there's at least 6 werewolves
6?
based on reports that we picked up. The city guard on high alert. They've all got silver weapons. There's yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of chatter among the guards in terms of what they're on the lookout for, and there's a lot of nervousness around that. Just based on reports, sightings, attacks. There were a number of attacks last night. 3 fatalities that are confirmed at this point. That's all we know about for sure. That's all that's been reported for sure. Yeah, I think if there's a way to track these things or find out these things, I'm not sure what it is right now. If I got something of them, we could scry for them.
I reach into my little pouch on my belt and pull out the image of the both of them things.
I mean, an image is okay, but really fuzzy, and unfortunately, that's not their. It's hard to use an image to scry on a shapeshifter because they are shape changers, and so it's not their appearance at all times. It might work for later on tonight when they're in that if they're in that form. But I mean, if I had like claw or hair or something like that of these things, then
They could be used for scrying. And she kind of looks over at Lucas there, knowing that you can scry too.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that tonight we will be able to get you some. Yes.
Right. Okay. That's good. Janan can help too, obviously. I mean, she's essentially, it's kind of all hands on deck right now at the Lyceum, making sure nothing comes in and does anything, or I don't even want to think about what would happen to the students if a werewolf just appeared in the ranks and started messing with them. And I mean, granted, it would probably get taken down pretty fast, but that's a lot of people to try to cure potentially. And I know these things can be pretty crafty, so yeah. We'll have to see. Any information you can bring me to track these things down, I can help. I know the syndicate is on high alert too, and they've sort of kind of pulled their people off the streets at night. I think, I mean, they watch, they monitor things, they don't really go and attack things, so they're on alert too. Anyway, these the daggers, yeah. And she's like actually pulls out a little box that would be holding up there. Go ahead and sit them in here. And she reaches under the counter for essentially an oddly shaped box. There is definitely magical in nature. So go ahead and put them in there, and a bag that's a lot of coins. So
Yeah.
so essentially, she sort of like reaches in and like starts pulling out like stacks of coins. Essentially, they're like okay. So she,
3,250 each.
Divided by
no, hold on.
5.
Yes. Was she able to get the? Was she able to get the full 13,000 before I give that?
oh yeah. She
Okay.
she was able to get the amount for you. Yes.
Yes.
I mean, you assume she's going to sell them for more than that because the place has got to make something, but she essentially lined up a buyer and then essentially, yeah. So, and so she essentially hands out stacks of coins essentially, and you divide them up however you're going to divide them up, and
Divide by 5.
2,600 each.
Yes.
Yep.
Why are we dividing by 5?
The party funds.
The party funds. Okay. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys have that sheet there. You can definitely
Been a long
add
week.
that. No
Yeah,
worries.
yeah.
I understand.
2,600.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So, well, keep me posted on what you got going on, and if I can help or whatever. I'm probably gonna go get someone to take. I haven't slept yet, so someone to man the shop here while I go get some sleep.
Yeah. Go get some sleep.
Yes.
Okay. Be safe. I do want to point out that, I mean, while the full moon is up, these things will definitely be out. Some could be out during the day. Not impossible for them. Especially as you pointed to the one there. Especially that thing. That may not care about the cycles of the moon. At least in terms of what it could do. So, yeah, be careful.
Yes.
You too. Get some rest. Can't
yes.
Dan come and take care of the shop?
He's not quite ready to do all that yet there, but I might
Yeah.
just put the clothesline up for a little bit. And
Give him a chance.
no, I think it's okay. I mean, he's definitely okay for that, but in terms of like dealing with this amount of money and being here by himself, I don't think I want to leave him alone in the shop here, just in case there's a problem of any kind, and I don't leave him by himself. You know, I know he's a smart kid, just still a kid.
Yeah.
And I don't think his parents would be too happy with me just leaving him here by himself in a shop to watch over things. So, all right. So, and she's sort of like, out we go. And she does take the box and actually place it in a little safe, essentially. We'll deal with that later on with the buyer. And, all right. And sort of like ushers you back outside and closes the door behind you and puts the sign to close.
And bolts it shut. All right.
Oh yeah.
To the Crimson Hunt.
Sure thing. Not hard to get there. It's literally just a couple. It's essentially it's about a couple minutes, a few minutes, about 5 minutes walk to over there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're able to head on over to the Crimson Hunt. Not a problem. When you get there, you don't see anything like there's no like high alert. There's nothing. You don't see anything much different there. The Sable Drake is not currently docked in the back. It is not there. But you're able to head into the main building itself. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. What are we looking for? What are we doing?
Alda wanted to come, so. Yeah.
So, I was thinking that we talk with them concerning werewolves, see if we can get any more detail. They are on full steam. However, I am also looking for any potential hears or assistance in resisting any potential exposures, as we are going to be hunting these things most assuredly this evening. Things like that. Yes.
Okay. So you talk to one of the captains on duty, essentially. You've seen him before there. It's not someone you don't know the name of the person offhand there.
I've been informed that you are dealing with the situation in the city. We've heard of it, of course. The Drake is in is attending to other situations at the moment, so we are sort of short-handed at the moment. But
I'm
you wish
going
to know. Yes.
And then I was also going to show him the image of this big whole thing.
I mean, it's a bit.
That is not a werewolf. I mean, it is, but
It's like,
I mean, I have seen large ones before, but those proportions are all wrong. So that is beyond the normal situation there. In terms of those infections you wish to mitigate, you have the issue of a curse situation. So any attempt to remove curse will deal with it. If you do have a moment.
and he sits there and says, he comes back in a few minutes there and he hands you 2 vials.
Wolfsbane extract will basically be a situation where if you are bit, you can take this and it will enhance your resistance to be able to stave off the effects.
Typically gives you a secondary save with advantage if you get bit. So and it's Wolfsbane extract.
Awesome.
Two vials of it.
2 vials, yes.
We use this for those who are undergoing the change initially and when they first choose this path. No one is forced down the road of being the order of the lichen. But those that choose it, it is a way to help them alleviate the symptoms or deal with the changes. In those who are infected, it gives a chance to shrug off the infection, the curse, before it takes hold. I hate to say it, but you do know their susceptibility to silver, but I don't believe you have an issue with that based on kind of looking you over there. I mean, magical weapons and spells and such that you would have would be just fine against them. Other questions you might have?
When it comes to magic, do you have any idea what they're weak and strong against?
Really, there's not a specific weakness or strength against anything. I mean, they tend to be physically strong and then fast and enhanced. I mean, and tough. But it is not a matter of vulnerability to specific types of magics per se. If you know any druidic type people that can do the moonbeam type thing, that is very detrimental to those of a shape-shifting nature.
Thought they would have liked Moonbeam.
With that?
Thought they would have liked Moonbeam.
Forcing them to change.
Okay.
They do not like it at all. There is in this situation, we tend to keep all of our people inside at night. Those who are... There are no trainees here at the moment. They are not the... yes.
Out of curiosity, we will be going out at night to attempt to hunt this thing down. Would any of you be able to assist in hunting it down? I know that you just said...
That was a quick no. He immediately was like not having it.
Effectively, those of us who have a more bestial nature would not want to be mixed up with the other ones. If there's a hunt for anyone who shifts, those of us who are... And you see him sort of like, kind of like hunch over a little bit there and just sort of like... And you kind of get the nature he might be a shifter of some kind. Because you've seen it now a couple of different folks there. Those of us might be mistaken for others. That and on the night of the full moon, it is more difficult to hold back in a way. For those of us of a more transformational nature. I don't want to... And unfortunately, most of the people that are here right now are not experienced. Those are out with the crew of the Drake and into a mission. So, the few that we have here who are skilled enough will stay here to ensure that nothing happens to the lodge itself.
Then, out of curiosity, would you have any hints or wisdom to pass along for hunting werewolves?
Beyond just the fact that you are highly capable magical people, and you, I mean, as I said, you don't need silver because you have magic already. I think that the average werewolf is not that powerful. That thing, that is likely to be powerful, but not because it is a werewolf, because it is more than the werewolf. Those who are recently changed are going to be more animalistic, and as such, animals can be frightened away. they can be dealt with like animals, especially at this point in their transformations.
The thing that worries me the most is these werewolves that we're supposed to be hunting down. These were people recently, and probably have families and stuff.
Yes, if you can incapacitate them and get them cured, then that would be best. You're right, they are victims in this, most likely.
Yeah. I don't
I
think
mean-
we have removed curse between us either, do we, guys?
No cleric.
There are many temples throughout the city.
Yeah.
You know of 3 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Although one probably wouldn't be much help. They might. The Temple of Zilkas. Where the bank is.
Hmm.
You don't know what the capability is spellcasting wise. But you do know that there's a Temple of the Raven Queen just down by Strega, and then the Temple of Light.
And the Temple of Light, yeah.
I think we should stay away from that beholder.
Didn't level up yet.
There's a paladin spell.
It is, but I didn't
Yeah.
level up yet to do it. I took 3 levels of
Yes.
fighter.
So,
And I'm 5 levels wizard, so I'll never have it.
I mean, I'm sure there are others. I mean, there is also the Lyceum. I mean, there are plenty of people there who can cast Remove Curse. It is not. It is also a wizard spell. There's a lot of wizards there. So,
Yeah.
So yes, a number of people could be useful to that. It is a curse, so removing that should restore them. There may be lingering effects in terms of their. Those that do not choose to change can sometimes be driven mad by it. So they may need longer care and help dealing with what they experienced. So, if there are those who are having trouble, we may be able to help in that nature. We have experience with helping people with that.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yes.
Of course.
Well, guys, I think we should get out there, go and investigate some werewolf activity.
Go back to. Oh, we'll go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And I would say I'd like to start off, go back to the alley that we saw it at.
Okay.
Start there.
All right. Sure thing. So you lead the guns out there, and the captain sort of, or the person there sees. Thanks you for letting them know what's going on as well, because they've been hearing things, but obviously getting more information is always good. So you head back down to right around. It was back in this area here, where you saw right about here. Kind of these buildings here, where you saw the werewolf and got lit up the werewolf essentially. Doesn't take long to get there. You got about maybe 10 minutes of walking there to get there. Still early in the day. Getting there, go ahead and give me survival, investigation, perception, survival, whichever one you want to throw out there. They all work.
Guidance.
Yep.
For all of us, or just for Ellie?
Anyone who's there, just checking things out. So obviously, I mean,
Oh my
guidance just for Elney, yeah.
Rolling magic right now. That's just I have not rolled anything.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. 29.
Let's see. So, and let me know what you did. So, what you did, Sora?
Got a 3.
Okay. So, you essentially kind of like keeping an eye on things, and you're not really seeing much in the way of tracks or anything else like that. I mean, you can kind of see like, oh, I think this is the place we were last night. Amethyst and Eldon, you're definitely kind of picking up where the tracks were and kind of see the larger, like clawed, wolf-like tracks, but with an odd shape and them, because obviously it is a bipedal type wolf person.
you can definitely see the spot in between the buildings there. So kind of that there. It is a fairly grassy area over here. These houses actually almost are like little cottages right in this little section here. These actually are only like 1 to 2 stories at the most. In this little like pocket right here where you're at. So you kind of are able to kind of pick out where the footprints are. Lucas, with that 29 there, you will spot not only the clawed footprints and anything else but you hear voices from kind of somewhat nearby. Just sort of people talking and such. Among the footprints and the claws, you're kind of following the track and following the trail there. It sort of bends around these buildings over here, kind of where we saw it go the previous night. You will also spot that as it goes around the corner, you kind of lose the tracks on the ground and spot the actual clawed footprints up on the kind of the roof of the building there, and pick out essentially where it would have gone up onto the roof. And as you bend around there, kind of following, kind of seeing where it might come down, you will see a number. You will see 4 of the city guard, the Port Oruss Authority. Kind of around, so you kind of came around this way, right around here. And you're realizing now you're actually only about a block or 2 from the Copperhead Inn. It's right around here. So you're literally around the corner. Like you can actually see the tall building, the Copperhead Inn, just about a block or 2 away. And the 4 guards are there, obviously examining an area. Lucas, for the 29, there is blood on the ground there.
This is one of the victims.
There's no body as you approach. There's just obviously the body may have already been taken away, but at least there is the signs of, and you can see the signs of. And we'll follow up on that roll there as well. As you approach there, you can see there is a heavy impact on the ground. Like you can see where the clawed hands, footprints there has sunk into the ground a ways there, and right where the blood spot is, indicating it probably landed on someone.
Go to the guards. Approach the guards.
Good. You people.
Yes.
Right.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes. You may have heard us before. We are known as Tales from Ravencrest, an adventuring party, and we are hunting werewolves.
Never heard of you. Not a clue. Looks like adventurer types to me, though. So,
Yes.
What are you doing here? Right.
Hunting werewolves is what we were doing, and obviously we are following the trail of this one. Any information that you have?
Werewolves, you say? Really? Right
Yes.
then. Let's see. One more roll there. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, werewolf, right? Yeah. And the poor guys are kind of like, "That's the report, sir. Yeah, that's right. Okay then. Right. Sure. Terrible thing that. Right. There was one victim here. Looking at you over there. And give me the insight check there for those.
This is gonna be great.
Yeah.
Sora with insight checking. Yay!
Yay. Okay.
I'm so
Yeah.
insightful.
Okay, exactly. Although you're sort of like not paying attention to the guy, you're sort of like looking at the ground there, and so you're sort of picking out details there. Amethyst, Lucas. It's obviously this guy is the big dumb, like presence. and the at least one of the other guys there is actually doing the work essentially, and just telling him what's there, essentially. So, really quickly you kind of realize that he doesn't know anything of what's going on. He's like, "Oh yeah, werewolves, yes, of course, right," and the guy's like,
Yes, sir. That's the reports. The body had claw marks,
heavy claw marks, and
a bite to the back of the head,
and Eldon, I'll just kind of invert that role for your investigation as you're kind of looking down there now. You definitely see, yes, there was you can see obviously the impact, the amount of blood there and everything else, that indicating that yes, this was probably very, very quick. Whatever happened here.
A new one not able to control itself, type of thing, or sent out to go and make more.
the body, the victim was recovered this morning. They were found, and they've already been taken off. And you see sort of a young, very probably somewhat elven blood there, no facial hair, soft spoken. But yes, the person was attacked last night, we believe, based on the body and everything. But there's a number of other attacks that have been reported as well. But this was one of the fatalities.
Any in a central location, or was it spread out?
This one here, there were two down in the sort of residential areas of the residential area of the Merchants District. There was one reported attack in the high quarter, but no body found. And we're receiving some reports there may have been sightings, at least, in the foreign quarter.
That's both sides of the river.
There've been,
right?
yeah. So yeah, high quarter.
Both sides. Yeah,
high quarter over here.
Yep.
Foreign quarter down here,
Yep.
and then this fatality, and he said two more fatalities down in the kind of in this area down here.
Everywhere. It is everywhere. Thank you so much, Guardsman. What was your name one more time? I'm sorry.
Me? I'm Guardsman Tulane. Tulane is my name.
Yes, I am Elvan Mernig, and thank you for your time. Yes.
And you sort of see the guy in charge, just sort of like sitting there, kind of like, and you see as people kind of like move along. You know, just we got all taken care of, authority business. Be on your way. And these folks are like, I live there. Right? I gotta go home. I had a late night shift, and I'm just getting in. I go home over there. Like, oh, right then. Just get over. Like, he kind of like waves them on by, as one of the a very bleary-eyed looking worker heads off toward one of the other places nearby there.
How do you know that was the one we let go?
We just tracked it.
Okay.
I mean, it's likely, not 100% sure, but just based on your tracking it where it was here, it ran this direction, and it's a few blocks away from where you hit it. So,
Okay.
I mean, but anyway, for sure.
Tell you if you I don't know if you need to, but if you need to inspect the body, we do have it at the station, to the south. And he kind of like the address where he tells you is like the guard station down here, where you actually
met and brought the lantern thief originally. So,
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Head there. Yeah.
okay.
I don't think
As
there's
we
much.
go ahead.
I was going to say there's don't think there's much we can tell from the body apart from he was killed by a werewolf. I don't know what
Potentially.
else we're going to
Well,
get.
actually,
Okay.
I would like a piece of possibly hair or claws. We can use it. Um, to thanks, Frank. We can use it to possibly hunt it down. Yes.
Yeah, if it's left any hair or claws behind.
Oh, blood too, right? Blood works? We can track through blood?
If
Possibly.
you got injured, yeah.
I think the blood will probably be from the victim there rather than the actual werewolf.
Mm. I don't know
Okay.
how it works. I'm not that kind of person.
We might have left some bits of claws behind in the skin.
Okay. All right. So you will find then. We'll head on down toward the Port Oruss Authority Station, right down here. And with that, we'll go ahead and jump to break here as we are at our break time. Go ahead and shift you guys over to our intermission. And we'll be back in a few minutes.
Do we know who that
Okay.
person is? Do
Who
we
is?
know who the person is? The person that the victim.
No one you recognize. I mean,
Okay.
you don't. I mean, I would say that based on where they are, you probably don't think you don't think they are someone you would know.
Lower economically individual.
What?
And they've probably got family there, that's what I'm thinking, so,
Yeah.
you know. There must be some sort of...
We are still recording, man.
Oh,
Nope.
Mm.
Hey,
And there's no
You're back.
music.
What about now? Don't know them. I apologize. Mm-hmm. My husband loves me.
That was mine from later.
Mm. I do love you. He got me Chick-fil-A for dinner, and he got me a new pair of work boots. Look at them. They're not steel toe, they're composite toe, so I won't die. Oh, we're still recording. Same thing. I know we're still recording, but I'm over it now. Mm-hmm. Can somebody whisper old Greg and tell him he can come back in here if he wants? And does anybody know how to get Roll20 app to link to, or not Roll20, the D&D Beyond app to link to Roll20 with the Beyond extension? No. On your phone? Yeah, I am being very truthful with my rolls, Jim. Okay. Uh-huh. Ooh. Are we gonna do it, or are we gonna have that other person do it? But like, she doesn't need to be. All right. All right. Yeah, I'm just like worried about like making sure we keep our spell slots, and you know, if we if we can have somebody else do it, why waste a spell slot? I try. I know you guys and your spell slots and having to have things, so let's go. Yeah. As we get closer, I'll probably run. Uh-huh. Yeah. As they go into the Lyceum, I will probably run to my brother. Realizing that. Yep. I already did use my sending stone today. I don't think that I could be much help over there doing stuff, so yes. So, mm-hmm. Guys. We're in the city. We're safe. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. No knocking. I'm bursting in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. Straight save. 14. Mm-hmm. Ship. Mm-hmm. I have good ideas. Yeah. I'll be screaming at Mobile Tosh. Let me down! I have to get to my brother! Listen. Listen! I heard there was a werewolf attack near here, and I didn't get a look at the bodies, and I was scared. Alright? Alright? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Listen. I was more worried about other people. But, like, you could still get hurt. I mean, we may not, die or change into a werewolf, but you could still get hurt. I just got you back. Good Lord. Yeah, it was like across the street. How did you not hear it? Yeah. But it was at nighttime. It should have been quiet. You're killing me, Smalls. Just... Somebody got his adventuring groove back on. Uh-huh. I never even thought of that. I'm going to wrench my neck around to yell at Amethyst. Listen, get in here. Listen, the Raven Queen's place is right down the street from here, too. Yeah. I am. That's why I said I was wrenching my neck to yell at her. Uh-huh. You people. Okay. It'll be afternoon, and he'll definitely be home before bedtime, I promise. And speaking of bedtime, we should make sure that nothing is moving around in the city at night. Everybody should be in bed or locked behind locked doors. I'm not talking. Yeah. And the other things. Make sure nothing else is moving around at night. Staying in the shadows. I'm not being... Oh, okay. People coming from other places? I'm just saying, I don't know when they're coming. And you didn't say when. I'll look so I will look so defeated as like I was expecting them to be here tomorrow. No, I'm fine. Whatever. Tula will handle the logistics. I mean, amethyst. It's been a week. It's been a week. Mhm. Mhm. Yep. And not like this. We need an actual. Mhm. Wow. Mhm. Mm. I'm not that strong. Mm. 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 I didn't want to brag, but I am the Kool-Aid man. Uh huh. Mhm. All right. Mm-hmm. I'll teach people. No. No, but Sora can go around teaching people how to beat each other up. It's more effective. Mm-hmm. All breakfasts. Let's have them all. Strawberry and cream. Mm-hmm. I don't want you to buy me a pie. I want you to make me a pie. No. Jesus. Sora's just standing there looking from person to person, beaming about all the pie she's about to be eating, whether it's good or not. Yeah? Mm. Okay. You're not worried about him waking up and then losing track of him? I meant to the guy in the neighborhood. Oh, they're both sleeping. Okay, I say mines. Mm-hmm. 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 Do we need like hard hats or something? Listen, listen. It is, but listen, I don't want anything happening to these pretty teeth, and I'll grin with all of my whiteness of my sharp, pretty teeth. Wow. No, don't. How'd you look? Nope, that's rude. Sorry, I apologize. That, that, got your number. Bless you. Bless you both. Bless you. Do y'all need a tissue or something? Good Lord. Bless you. All that nonsense. You know, maybe if we make friends with him, we can give him a common name. You think? I don't know that I could repeat that. I You will see Sora. You will see Sora attempting to talk with three pebbles in her mouth. Oh, he's already got it typed out. Foreman. Oh, there you are. Pressure wash. It's like he's saying pressure wash. It's like saying pressure wash. just, just make it pressure wash. Uh-huh. No, not. What? That didn't help, Ellie. Okay. Yes! I got a 19! Sword will not be because, disadvantage on stealth checks. Okay. It won't matter. A 9 is still a 9. Oh, good job. Can I? Can I? Can, can I ask a weird question before we go on? And so, as I whisper it, do we have to kill it? Can we? Can we talk to it? Can we talk to him instead of, like, fight him first? Really? Right, but if we don't, but we won't, like, corner him or her, and we won't, like, not give them an escape route. Like, a cat trying to get away from us. We'll just give them space, but, still talk, hopefully. Right. Oh, I have my own, but thank you. Since you already have them out. How about this? If you really want, I can tackle him and you put the manacles on him. Okay. Okay. We're hoping. Mhm. All right. Mhm. Also can't tell if there's more than one. Yep, I got it. Mhm. All right. Well, walk quickly. See if I can get disadvantage roll. Am I still breaking up? Okay. Okay. Cool. Oh, that was a 12 to sneak while running. Wow. Pretending to run, Jim. Pretending to run. Mhm. Advantage on athletics check? How about a 17? Whatever you're gonna roll. Mhm. Can I talk to him? Tell him to calm down. We're not gonna hurt him. We just want to talk to him. Mhm. Persuasion? Not like I'm good at that or anything. Yes. Dirty 20 on my persuasion. Mm-hmm. Woo! Mm-hmm. Listen, calm, calm, calm down, calm down. Oh no. Can I growl? Can I growl? I'm gonna growl back at her. Grrr. Nat 20. Listen, it doesn't matter why you're in the mines or how you got here. We're just gonna get you out and get you to safety. That's all that really matters. Amethyst. Amethyst, in my red pouch in my pocket there, grab out my old cloak to cover her up a little bit more. I like his parachute wash. Good. Mhm. 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 I'll tell. I'll tell them that there's a bald spot because you know. Mhm. Boo. Okay. Yeah. Um. Mhm. I'm not gonna make her be carried. That isn't right. I took the cloak that I had and had Amethyst put it around her, so she's at least not completely naked walking through the streets. Oh. I'd still pull the hood up for her, at least her eyes, so all they would see is like nose down. Do you want to ask her? Oh, there you go. Mhm. Mhm. What's your name, Miss? Yes, the name. Your name. What should we call you? Okay. Well, how about this? We'll call you Amethea for right now, and we'll put you on this lovely disc that Sir Eldon has made for you, and you won't have to walk anymore. It'll kind of just float you to where we need you to go. Mhm. Oh, poor lass. Mhm. Mhm. Like as we walked in, or because? Okay. Mhm. Lucas. I kind of did. We hmm Yes. She Yes, she didn't know her own name, so I called her Amethea. Listen if she wakes up. Really? I don't know anything about werewolves. Mhm. 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 Yeah, yeah. Yes. When I met Seraph. And Lynch, yeah. Yeah. Whom? All of us? In the yellow. Okay. Amethyst, come on. Don't leave me alone. It's scary. Oh, never mind. It's still scary. I'm looking for a werewolf. Of course it's scary. Mhm. I am as I am myself as well. Um, I figured people from this neighborhood knew my brother, and they shouldn't. Maybe, maybe not. No, but still, I'm still myself. I'm looking down the other way, Jim, to see if anybody's down that way. Mm. Mm-hmm. Just the luck of the draw there, sir. Not that you needed it today. He didn't want to say wet dog, but he totally meant wet dog. Mm. Mm. All right. He said to do that just now. Mm-hmm. Is this door that I'm at, Jim, is that locked? Yes. So I have these tools as well, and I would like to use them. No, it is not. I actually have these tools. Because I was like, we don't have a rogue in the party. Let me pick that up and learn how to use them. Okay. So what do you want me to roll for these tools there? Because I am proficient in them, but that's about it. Okay, plus my dexterity. Um, I think my dex is 0. I think you're quite right, sir. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Will do. Uh, 16. Hmm. Uh, mm-hmm. I am heading up the other building in the other side, yes. So am I. Seriously? Mm. That's a really high initiative order. How'd you get that one?
But hold on. You are in this at the base of the stairs, and you can hear breathing from the top of the stairwell. You can't see anything yet. There's definitely something there.
I will go up the stairs.
As you go up the stairs, you want to ready anything or do anything?
Yeah, I'm ready. My initiative is activated, and I'm going to attempt to cast Hold Person.
Okay.
So a second level. Oh, so one second. Okay, fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, it's DC 14.
All right. You have to go up the there. The base stairwell. As you go up the stairs there, you will see a large gray wolf come around the corner at the top of the stairs, and it leaps down the stairway at you. You cast your whole person spell. Unfortunately, it's a wolf now,
Nope, it doesn't do anything.
and so the spell does something that attack not do because it's no longer a humanoid at the moment here, and it just like pounces on you and tries to fight at you. See, will make. Okay, I did not put the stats up correctly according on me here, so bear with me just a moment. Let's see, it's going to claw and try to bite. Claw. It's kind of like it sort of like scratches the wall. It's a very narrow space. It's a large wolf there. As it goes to kind of claw at you, sort of you can hear this sound through the walls of the building you're in.
Right.
And Hilda screams. There's a loud growl that you hear, and then it's going to try to bite you. With only a 16.
No.
No.
As it tries, shield materializes in front of me, and it's like my shield.
The shield spell or just the shield?
Just my shield. Yeah.
You go up there and you can kind of like you just kind of impact, so you kind of get pushed back a little. You don't fall down the stairs or anything. You kind of like and in this little confined tube with this massive wolf taking up the entire stairwell above you. Everyone else roll initiative.
Mm-hmm.
You all have stealth attack bonus, so you're kind of yelling out yelps. It's like everyone else do that.
And then I will say it's a wolf right now.
Wow, well, thank you. Hilda.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, that's not incredibly bad. It took a while, and we'll get into it in a minute. So, okay. Did you get advantage?
Huh?
You get advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we'll just go to the top of the order then.
cast, sure. Ella's got light.
And it's night. It's not nighttime. It's daytime.
No, it's not nighttime. Although there's not lights in the room currently. So, monster. Okay. Let's see. Let's roll this one. That's wisdom. No. Hold on. You see this monster like freeze up there, completely locked in place. So Ella, you are up. It's frozen in place. What do you want to do?
Shoot a lightning bolt. Is I pull up my gun gun and blast off lightning bolt.
Through the wall of the other buildings across the way. You're in a residential neighborhood.
Oh,
It's a 120
yeah.
foot line.
It's 100 foot line. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. That would reach across the street.
It would
Where you're
reach
lined up
across the
there.
street. Yeah.
I mean, the walls might stop it. But
Well, what are they wood or stone?
mostly wood.
Mostly wood.
Yeah.
Let's do. Sorry.
It's paralyzed. That means it is automatically fails dex save. So yeah.
Sweet. Um, let's do. Just I'm gonna pull my gun up and I'm gonna do scorching ray.
Okay.
16 hit.
Yep.
We're gonna try not to be unconscious first. 15 hit.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm gonna roll damage. 3 damage. It's 7 damage. So 7 7 plus 8.
22. I mean, it's frozen in place there, and all three rays hit it. Burn, scorching fur. You get a nose full of burnt dog hair right now in front of you. Fills a kind of hazy space in the stairway. Its turn. All you can do is try to break out. It does not do so. So it's just sitting there. You can see it sort of like flinching in pain as much as it possibly can as those rays hit it there, but it's still conscious. Sora, you're up.
I heard that noise through the wall, so I'm going to attempt to go through the wall to get to Eldon.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Say,
Give me a strength check.
Nope, I heard the noise. Yep. Uh-huh, I'll pay to get it fixed. A strength save, you said, or a strength check?
Strength check. Yeah.
18.
Okay. So, let's see here. I'm gonna roll me a d6.
2.
2. Lucas, you see Sora come plowing through the wall here. Sora, you go through, you enter into a nice space there with a couch and a chair and a lamp and a desk and a table and set,
Mm-hmm.
and you just take a right turn and you just plow through the wall.
Uh-huh.
And you see Sora just like shoulder down, slam through the wall. There's dust and plaster going everywhere. Lucas, you're like, as you're kind of pelted by the debris, the wall debris. Give me a deck save, there, Lucas.
Oh, poor Lucas. Yeah, I unlocked one on the way in. But, like, in the meantime.
3 points of bludgeoning damage as shrapnel from the wall, like this would smack into you. Okay. Um, Thora, that's your action to get there.
Mm-hmm.
You see a big wolf who's just frozen in place there. Eldon's in front of you.
I only have a bonus action and an extra attack, right?
I'll count that as an attack. Sure, that's fine.
I attacked the wall.
Yeah, we'll count that as an attack to the wall.
I don't know.
Let's put a little more movement.
I'm assuming Amethyst told me that somebody cast Hold Monster on him.
You see it's frozen in place there. That's all you see. Its fur is burning a bit.
Mm. Okay. Um, I'm gonna do Branding Smite,
Okay.
and I'm gonna hit it with Cloud Strike.
You have an Eldon in the way. You can't reach it.
Oh, why are you always in the way? Spellbreaker Javelin, then.
Yeah, go for it. Throw that javelin.
The other one we throw it against the fireball, right?
No.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it moves fireball.
13 to hit it.
That will hit it. You also advantage because it's paralyzed.
Mm.
Okay.
That's 5 damage plus 5 more damage from the bonus action of the smite, so 10.
Okay. So 10 damage there. You just 6 in there, and then the branding smite just and you sort of like again, sort of like frozen in place there, trying to can't move. Lucas, you're up.
I don't get to do that.
You can range attack it there. Yeah. You can't spell that. You can see it enough to be able to see the thing that moves in there. So.
That's a valid point.
That's just
Killing the stairwell.
cruel, though, isn't it? Like, would
Maybe. Specifically the guy who did that.
Yeah, we're just trying to beat it down and then non-lethal damage knock it out.
Well, you can get rid of the curse on for any vitalized shield.
Okay. Lucas, it just sort of like whimpers as whatever. Or this is whispers. Yeah, it is. And it just sort of like it just sort of whimpers as whatever sort of like horrible imagery and sounds are surfing through its doggy mind right now. Um, and it's still frozen in place there, but I mean, again, it's not looking good. It's got a javelin sticking into it. It's got 3 like scorch marks on it there, and it's sort of like trembling because it can't move right now because it couldn't actually do this, and it was forced to run away from you. So the thing is literally just like you can just see its whole muscles locked, it's trying to move, can't. Amethyst, you're up.
Sorry.
mm-hmm.
I don't know why. Why don't you try to put it to sleep for once?
Do it.
Go right ahead.
Do it. Yeah.
So sleep is 5d8 normally hit points. Remember, on a single target, it does double that once per day.
10d8.
Roll the dice and double it. Roll the dice and double it. So 5d8 and double his roll.
Because he's going to sleep for a very long time. Holy cow.
Oh, Lord.
Jeez. Holy
Okay.
crap.
You just, like, Amethyst, you just see, its whole body is still shaking, it's trying to get free, and then it can't move still. So its body, the eyes just close, and all, like, the muscle just goes slack.
Stroke of
Um,
his legs, stroke
Jesus Christ.
It was at like 12 hit points.
Her lowest roll was a 2.
Crazy.
6 and 8, 7, 2 times, and a 2. Not bad.
Ooh, not bad.
42 active. So, yes, it just completely, and you see it's paralyzed and asleep.
The poor thing. That
Like,
poor thing.
like the body is like locked into place there. Just
Alrighty.
Right.
Well, I see you. Time this thing
so
down.
you sort of, I would say then, as it's asleep, um, yes,
I think put the shackles over its front legs and then tie its legs together
okay.
and put a spoon or whatever and a fork.
Mhm.
Do the same with it. Well, tie its back legs together. Um, maybe bind its snout as well, but not too close.
Yes.
Just get it completely like bound and as
I
possible.
I would say that because it's a the polymorph action to change it, then when it goes to touch, it turns back to its normal shape. So
Right.
you will see a human in tattered pants, kind of grayish hair, fairly buff looking. Definitely got some muscles on and everything else. Um, and he just sort of like flung to the side there, and you will see that there's a scabbed over, mostly healed wound kind of on his side.
Well, that's not the guy we're looking for.
He's back alive. What up?
He's unconscious. He is, well, still, plus the fact he's also scorched um, and and as he shifts, the javelin drops out of him on the ground there. So it's actually like kind of actually you can see on the backside there as he shifts back there, the javelin drops out of him on the ground there. There's a pretty good stab wound from that to the
Mhm.
back of his head. Drop
Well.
your javelin, tie him up,
Mhm.
bring him back as well.
Mhm.
Not hard to do. Nothing seems to really prevent you or stop you. However, as you leave the house, there are a number of people in the streets that still have some commotion,
Mhm. Mhm.
and especially the crash of the wall,
Mhm.
and people running around doing stuff. And yes, you see some people here. The two kids down the hall, down the road there. They're called as the Avengers are out this person
Mhm.
from the area there.
Are the owners of that side of the house still there, or are they awake? What's going on?
They don't seem to be.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave a note to tell them to find me wherever, so I can fix the hole in their wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So leave a note there. Just leave straight as a wish.
Yeah. Leave Shaken's information.
No.
Though it's totally my name and the place that we're at, so that they could find me.
Really, you're on a ship, so.
I'm at the tavern. I can be found at the tavern.
Okay, so we'll find you in a couple seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're gonna go ahead and call things for the day here as you bring this guy back there. Um, Suzanne is confident she can, between the two of them, be able to track, at least give you a direction to track here. So, with that, I want to, if you're out there watching here still, I want to thank you for hanging in with us through our technical difficulties as we have everything polished and cleaned up there. We are working on that going forward. Again, we are on the Trouble Taker Discord server, and you will find us at the Trouble Taker YouTube channel, obviously. And if you're looking to play some games, hang out with some fun folks, and actually chat and do weird stuff, then feel free to hang out with us on the server. Whenever weird stuff makes sense. So, thanks again for being here, and as always, stop by Taker anytime, drink around us, and we'll see you guys real soon.